Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. Can you guys hear me okay? Maybe oh, there we go. I didn't have my headset turned on all the way. Hope you guys are all having a good night. Let me just check the cameras. Okay, everything's good. So, yeah, I started up a new show on Wednesday nights. So, it's been a lot of fun. It's a totally different type of show. We talk about the paranormal and talk about ghost boxes, everything ITC, and anything paranormal. So it's been a lot of fun. Um, we've been on for 2 weeks now. So we don't do any live ghost box sessions. What we will be doing is demonstrating some different type of ghost boxes. Um, some pretty rare ghost boxes will be demoed. Um, they're just boxes that are no longer being built. Um, and the couple of them, the people that we will be doing some demos on, a couple of the people have passed. So it's kind of cool that we have some pretty rare boxes available to us. But anyway, welcome to anybody that's new to the show. So what we've been experimenting with, and give you a little premise to the show. We do live ghost box sessions on here. Now what we've been using is reverse speech audio that's being fed from a ghost box. So everything is live. It's going in from one of my radios that I built. So the ghost box is feeding into a reverse. So it takes regular audio that's going forward speech and reverses it. So everything coming out of the processor is coming out backwards. So anything that's coming through, it's going to be, we shouldn't be hearing any type of forward speech. But as you all heard over the last few weeks, it's been crazy. Some of the responses we've been getting have been pretty remarkable. So I'm just like blown away. Yes, there's a lot of people have been using reverse speech in apps and things like that, but um, Steve Holte and his wife Katie have built the same. They built a circuit. They've been playing around with it, but it's taken me a long time just to dial it in to where it works really well. It just took a lot of experimenting with it and trying different sweep rates, things like that, and it's just been crazy successful so far. Like I said, I just have it dialed in to where it's just working great, and I just can't believe the results. So Helen asked why reverse speech. So reverse speech, the reason why I decided to go with reverse speech is, one, it's easy to decipher. When you're using reverse speech over forward speech, and if we are getting responses in that are coming through backwards or in reverse speech, and they're coming out with normal words, like words that are we can understand, then it's really hard to say that's just radio coming through. It's nothing paranormal, things like that. So with all of that said, it's just for any naysayers out there, it's to just to show like what we're doing is real and it works. I used to be I'm a really big skeptic when it came down to ITC. I've always thought that it's just a broken radio. It's just radio clips coming through, until I had some really crazy responses coming through. One day I was at a jail, and I posted a bunch of pictures of this jail on Facebook today. Um, the jail no longer looks like with what the pictures I took. I used to have access to the jail, um, so I was given access whenever I wanted it. All I would have to do is make a call, and then they would just let me in. So I would stay, a couple of days in a row. Actually, I would just go leave that morning, go home, take a shower, get some sleep, then go back that next day. So there was a lot of times I spent many weekends there. But anyway, so during that time, I got a lot of responses using um, the Echovox app and a ghost box. I was getting a lot of responses, and that's just when I said, well, there's something to this ITC stuff. Um, so that's where we are. And once we get started doing this, I have gotten a lot of compliments on and people messaging me after the show and the day after, like when people, because a lot of people don't stay up and watch the show. They'll watch the show the next day because it is recorded and it is put up on YouTube. So people will message me and tell me that they're having a lot easier time hearing responses in reverse when we are getting responses. And the other thing is um they're just blown away. And so a couple of people have my boxes that have bought my boxes from me, and this is pretty interesting. We were talking about this on my last show on Wednesday. Was a couple of people have bought my boxes, and what they're doing is they're turning on their boxes during this show, like on Saturday nights, and they're turning on the box. And so when I'm asking questions, so anyway, people will post up a question, and then I will ask the question, and then we'll listen for responses. So the people that are using my boxes remotely, and they have their computer speakers on or TVs on, however they're listening to the show, but they'll have my ghost box on that I sold them, and the boxes that I sold them are getting responses. Um, and they're just like baffled. I got this from two different people that are, one's in the UK, one's here in the US, and they don't even know each other, and they're just like blown away. And it was weird on how two different people the same day messaged me and said that they're doing the same exact thing, and they've never even talked. So I just found that fascinating. I thought it was really cool. So what we might do, what I might do with these guys, they both asked me if they can do some experiments with me. So I'm gonna, pardon me, I should have talked to them and had something planned for this week, but I think I'm going to do it next weekend. See if they'll be available to do that next weekend. But I'm really excited. Murray, when you listen in reverse, just listen. I mean, to me, it's really hard, like, because there's in forward speech, it's really hard to determine, especially for you guys, what is relevant answers and then what's just radio coming through, because you're also hearing snippets of songs coming through and things like that. So it's just really hard to decipher. But listening back, like when I'm doing sessions now, um, and I'm getting names coming through. I mean, names even in forward speech coming through over radio. It's that's really uncommon. I mean, that's pretty rare. Um, but for us to be hearing this many names coming through in reverse, and us hearing certain responses coming through, it's mind blowing. And even me listening back, to some of the responses that we got last week, and when like the when the REM pod came through, um, that was just really, really crazy. So a ghost box, they're pretty. They're if you watch any of the ghost shows, like especially Ghost Adventures uses a spirit box, or ghost box a lot. They use an SB7. SB7 is a ghost box that you can buy. Um, you can even buy them on Amazon or on eBay. But what I so there's different types of ghost boxes. There's boutique boxes. A boutique box is a ghost box that somebody like myself will build, or other ghost box builders. Those are basically custom built boxes. Um, I mean, I have different types. So the one that I use that I have over on my altar, it looks just like this one. Or I haven't used this one much on the show, but I have this one too. So basically, what they are is there's components on the inside that will sweep through radio frequency, and my boxes sweep a little bit above the FM frequency and a little bit below the FM frequency. So they're a little bit outside of that range, and what you listen for is the theory is like spirit will manipulate some of the radio frequencies to communicate, and that's basically how it works. And once we start up the ghost box session, you'll start hearing, and you'll just start listening out for responses on what are coming through. So I try to have a lot of fun with everybody here, trying to explain a little bit so people that are new to this will kind of understand what's going on, and um, and then like we'll do a session for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and or if there's anything negative coming through, I'll just stop the session. Um, or if it just starts getting a little too intense, I'll just stop the session. We'll take a break. We'll talk about what's happening during the sessions. We'll kind of go over, what some of the things that we're hearing, things like that. Some people will ask questions, to me, whatever, and then we'll kind of talk about it, and then we'll start up another session when I'm ready. Sometimes I need a break. Like last week, I had to end the show early just because there was so much activity in here. Um, there was something banged, knocked on the mic. That was one. Something hit my overhead. I have a work light up above me. Something hit that. There was something thrown. There was a shadow figure seen standing over me. There was disembodied voices. We heard a couple of screams. Yeah, it was just crazy. It was crazy. And so I just had to, the energy was just so intense that I was getting drained. So I just had to end the session. Hey, Sonny, welcome. Sorry, I mean, I'm kind of talking a lot. Just trying to explain what's happening here. So it'll be a lot of fun. It always is a lot of fun. So, You know what, Susan? Um, I kind of went to bed, so I just ignored it. Um, and that's what I do because this house that I live in, there's 4 spirits here. The way that um the way that I deal with everything is I set boundaries. Um, so when there's a lot of activity, I don't, unless I'm trying to capture some activity, whatever, um, I will document it, whatever. But when I don't have the time or energy to deal with it, I ignore it. I don't give them any time of day. I just ignore whatever they're doing. That's why sometimes when the red pod is going off or something's happening and I'm trying to concentrate on this, I ignore them. And like I was explaining to other people, I don't show any emotion because I'm the only one here. If I show too much emotion, like I get too excited, or even if I show fear, they're going to harp on that. And then it just, so I set boundaries. That's how I protect myself. I don't give anything any energy. I don't give it the time of day unless that's what I'm doing. I'm focusing in on them or I'm communicating with them. Other than that, if there's anything happening around me, I ignore it. I know you guys were all like, oh my God, you got to go check what that was, things like that. I understand that. But like I said, also you have to remember I'm the only one here. And if something happens, I'm on my I'm by myself. So, I have to be careful. That's how I protect myself. So anyway. Okay, so that was enough rambling for me. Are you guys ready to get started? If you guys have any questions, also feel free to go ahead and start asking questions, and I'll go ahead and start up the ghost boxes. Well, I should have said ghost box. I shouldn't have said ghost boxes. Sorry. I used to run 2 a lot, but I switched it over just to 1 after I went to reverse audio. So, all right. So if you guys have any questions, just type in the letter Q and then space, and try to keep the questions 15 characters or less, because if I do share your questions up on the screen, if anything, if it's over that, it might get, pardon me, it might get cut off. So just type in the letter Q with your question, and then during the ghost box session, I'll ask your question. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Who just said hello? Who just said me? Don wants to know, Dad, are you going to come with us and call out my name if you're here? Susan wants to know if anybody has a special message for her on her special day. Who just said I'm alone? Mike? Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to switch cameras. Can you guys hear it now? Who just said Rob? Helen wants to know if there's anybody here for her. Janice wants to know if there's any messages for her mom. Who said hello? Who's the male that's here with us? Are there any questions from Sam or Chris? Sandra wants to know if she needs to be careful during for the upcoming investigation. Matt, are you here tonight? Who just said no? How many spirits are here with us tonight? Who's the male that asked for help? Matt, are you here to talk to Samantha? Paul, can you have spirit come through one at a time, please? Sandra wants to know if Ben followed her home. Who keeps on saying Ellen? Can you give us her name, please? Eva, you're here too? Eva, have spirit come through one at a time. How many spirits are here with us tonight? Question: Graham, Uncle Ben, Uncle Butch, and Bob are, and you were here with us in our home. Yeah, there's a lot coming through. Who's saying the number 6? We just said pitcher. Ed, is Emma here with you tonight? Michael, who are you trying to reach tonight? Eve? Beverly, are you here with us tonight? Yeah? Who's the little girl that's trying to come through? Bill, who are you here to speak with? Are you trying to reach Ellen or Helen? Michael, are you trying to reach Susan? Who's asking for help? Bill, are you trying to speak with Helen? Who just asked for help? Mike? Bill? Bill, are you trying to contact Helen? Kit Kat wants Daddy. Say Annie if you're here with us. Or if she's with you and you're here. Who just said needs help? Female said needs help. Can you give us your name, please? Is Mike trapped? Eva, if you're here, have spirits come through one at a time, please. Oh, that's kind of crazy. When I asked Eva to calm spirits down to start to slowing down. Who just said Matt? How did Mike pass? Alright, we're gonna end this session. So yeah, so basically what we're doing is we're scanning through internet or through radio stations, but everything is in reverse speech. So if you're hearing any names coming through, any words coming through, we shouldn't be hearing anything in forward speech. And when we got the names Paul, Eva, those are two spirit techs. So a spirit tech are techs that are help with ITC communication. So it's basically techs that are on the other side. There's quite a few techs. There's Paul, there's Tom, there's Eva, there's Lisa, there's Ed. Yeah, there's quite a few. So it was funny because as soon as I said, because I asked, who is here, and it's funny because Paul and Eva are both techs. Also, there's who else normally comes through, and people are surprised. Other ITC researchers are surprised on how many techs I get coming through every week. So as soon as I asked Eva to have spirit start communicating one at a time, everything kind of slowed way down. It was really crazy. And that's another thing of, that's another, that's some more proof of what we're doing is actually, it's not faked. Nothing that I do is faked. Everything is coming through radio. And you see the radio up here. that we're using. So that's basically just coming through, and then it's going through a processor, and then it's coming through, fed out through the internet. So it's kind of crazy. There's so many people in this field that fake communication, and it's really sad. And that is very easy to do using voiceovers. And I can use an example right here. Um, anyway, I was kind of talking about how a lot of people use voiceovers during ITC sessions, especially when they're using an amp, what they call the portal. Um, and it's kind of funny on how people will fake voices doing that. I will play something really quick. Here you go. Let me know if you guys can hear that.
I prefer the portal. That's the best box for ITC communication.
So you can do something like that just to fake an ITC session. But yeah, it's kind of stupid. People will claim to communicate with Elvis or Robin Williams or different people that have passed. Michael Jackson. Anyway, so there's a lot of people that do that, which is, when you do hear those, you just know that it is fake ITC. It's people feeding in audio into an amplifier, which is, it's so easy to do. That's so easy to fake. I know there's so many people that do fall for that stuff. It's so funny. And there's no reason to fake anything because you can do it. If you want something that's really clean sounding, I do build all my radios. That's what I build my radios around. There's no static coming through, and some people don't like it because it's too clean. Other boxes just have a lot of static, which I can't listen to for a long time. It just hurts my ears after a while. This even takes a lot, but I think it's a lot easier to kind of watch or listen to for long periods of time because it's so clean. Yes, there's a lot of chatter coming through, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is pretty. It's pretty sick that people do that. To be honest, and you don't really have to do that. But I mean, like I said, it's kind of crazy on what type of responses we're getting already. Helen, I don't know. If It's pretty impressive that somebody was coming through for you, and it was Bill was coming through for you. It was pretty that was pretty awesome. I don't know. I mean, did okay. So that's what I was just going to ask. And I don't like getting personal. And I'm sorry. Um if I do get a little personal, it's not that I'm trying to get personal. I'm just want it because a lot of the messages that come through when you guys are asking questions, I don't know if any of the responses coming through have any meaning for you. See, and my whole premise with this whole show, it wasn't to try to communicate with anybody's loved ones. Pardon me, I just have a hiccups. It wasn't really try to communicate with anybody's family members, things like that. My whole premise of this show was to experiment with ITC, show what ITC is about, do different experiments and things like that. But then everybody started asking questions and trying to get contact with their loved ones, and then it started happening. Things started, and like I said, I do everything for you guys. Everything that I do for the show is for you guys. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here doing this. Or I'd be doing it and I would have no viewers, which, whatever. But I just find it very interesting, and that kind of gives me validation that spirit communication is working. What is happening? I don't know. Like I said, I just had like a breakthrough with this. I don't know if it's because of my abilities. And then finally, me opening myself up to it and kind of figuring, what, this isn't fake. There is more, something coming through. And this happens anywhere I take a ghost box. It could be anywhere where there's no, it's not a haunted location, or anything like that. So, and you have to think, I mean, spirits are all around us. So if somebody wants to communicate with us, they're going to do that communication, or they're going to try to get in contact with somebody. If somebody's there to listen, they're going to come through. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe it was something telling me that there was a bigger purpose for me to do things in the paranormal, because I'm a really big skeptic anyway. And I think to be in the paranormal and take it serious, you have to be a skeptic. I think there's too many people that are faking things. There's too many people saying that too many locations are haunted when they're actually not. They're making up stories and things like that to get people to come out to their locations and things like that. So there's just a lot to it. And I'm just I don't like people that take advantage of others. And that's, I think, why I do this. I want to help people find answers. I want to show people what true ITC is about. I don't overcharge people for buying one of my boxes if that's what they want. I give people what they want. And I'm not going to charge them an arm and leg for it either, like a lot of people do. So I'm not here to take advantage of anybody. I'm just here to give people my time and be here for anybody that is looking for answers and wants to just needs help, or they just need somebody to talk to, somebody that won't think that they're crazy or they can't talk to anybody. That's why I'm here. So anyway, all right, I went off on a tangent like always. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started on another session. So yeah, when I do, so there is I know that somebody was asking, but here, let me show you something really quick. So I do have this screen up. So basically, when I put this screen up, I will flip through it. I'll throw it up periodically, just because it has this little ticker going across. So if somebody tunes into the show in the middle of us doing a ghost box session, at least it kind of gives them a little premise on what we're doing and what's happening, and they're just not thrown in a session like, what the hell is this? At least it kind of gives them an idea of what's going on. So I'm sorry if it distracts you or whatever. That's the only reason why I throw it up here every once in a while. I'll throw it up there for maybe a minute or two, and then I'll take it down. I'll switch cameras. But that's the only reason why I have it. Last week I used a rocking horse, but I just think it was a little too creepy. And this way it was something a little bit more peaceful to look at. Well, thank you, Kick Out, for the comments, and same to you, Helen. Yeah, so I mean, my ghost boxes all can be found on my website. I do have a website also. So I have I need to update my website. I mean, right now everything is current. I just need to put more content on there. But okay. Hey, Shauna, welcome. All right, so we're gonna get started again, and let's see what. All right, so you guys ready for another session? So let me go ahead and switch cameras, and then we'll get started. All right, who is a female that just asked for help? Cliff, are you here with us tonight? Who just said no? Does anybody here want to talk to Don? Ed, are you here with us again? Who just said Rob? Pat. Pat, who do you want to speak with? Are there any shiny spirits here with us tonight? Is anybody here for Chrissy tonight? Rob? You just said help. There's a lot of spirits asking for help tonight. How can I help you? Melissa wants to know who's in her home. Tanya, are you here with us? Who just said, hey, buddy? Who's the shadow that I just saw? Who just said me? Who just said girl? Who just said Mary? Fred, are you here tonight? Who just said Ralph? Who just asked for Chrissy? Eric isn't here. He'll probably be stopping by later. Ralph, are you here to speak with Heidi? Steven, are you here tonight? Sam, do you have any messages for Cindy? Yes? Is Judy here for her brother? Yeah? Who just asked for help? Jerry, are you here to speak with Suzette? Who just called Dawn? Who just said yes? Who's the little kid coming through? Emma, is that you? Who just said Rob's? And who said squirrel? Ed? Who said little girl? Her? Dan, are you here? Who just said Dad? Steven, if you're here, please say memo. No, you don't want to talk to us? Matt, who are you here to speak with, Matt? Who just said Tim? Who's the little girl that just came through? Anna? Ed, how can we help you? Paul, did you just slow down the communication for us? And thank you for that. You just said Ellen. Do you like the picture of the fireplace that I just put up? Yeah? Spot on? Who just said spot on? Who said there's Pat? Emma, is that you coming through? I just heard Emma. Carissa? Who are you here to speak with? Who is the male that just said, come on now? Rob? Yeah, I know you keep on saying my name. Who's the male that said REM pod? Somebody said cat ball. And I do have a cat ball up on the by the radio. So you use the REM pod, that's how you communicate? Can you set off the cat ball? There's a cat ball up on the by the candle. It's by the radio. Yeah, do it. Yeah, move it. Who just said move it? Who just said you're next? Who's the female that just said hi? Alright, I just heard a little girl come through again. You just said hi. Alright, you just said me. Who's me? How can we help you? Little girl, how can we help you? Dave, are you looking for Ralph? Who just said REM pod again? Alright, we're gonna end the session. Is the little girl Emma? Emma, is that you? Oh, little girl just came through again. Emma, is that you? We want the little girl to speak, please. Let her come through. Who just said Emma? Emma, are you looking for your daddy? All right, we're going to end the session. You just said yeah. Emma, how can we help you? Who did Emma? You just said mama. Are you looking for your mama? Emma, can you tell us how you died? Okay, we're going to end this session now. Emma, how can we help you? Okay, we're going to end this session now. All right, that got a little intense. That was kind of crazy. Emma was trying to come through quite a bit. So those of you that sorry, I was talking a little loud. So those of you that are just coming, is it frozen? No, I don't think it's frozen. So those of you that are just tuning in, so there's a little girl that comes through. Her name's Emma. She's come through, set off the REM pod. She's made herself known a few times, especially I think it was on the first night or the second night that I did this. It was just crazy, but she's been coming through a lot. 2 weeks ago, when I first did the reverse session, she was playing with the squeaky ball, and that was kind of cool to hear that come through. And she was being very vocal on that first night. Well, some of it might sound like it's foreign languages because the audio that's coming through, it's in reverse. So everything is reverse speech. There's nothing forward. So for us to be, and we shouldn't be hearing um, anything coming out that we can understand. It should be all reverse speech. But for us to be getting names and things like that coming through, I can't explain it. So that's why I throw up the this little thing here, because on the fireplace it tells us what we're doing, and it explains we're using reverse speech. So anybody that just tunes in, they'll see that. Because I do get a lot of people just coming in and asking, what's happening here? What are we listening to? So I just want to throw that up periodically, just so people understand what we're doing and what we're listening to. Yeah, it's kind of crazy there, Corey, when she does come through. And it is pretty sad, unfortunately, but a lot of times when people do hear children's spirits, they get a little freaked out. One location I was at, I did an EVP. Actually, I left a static recorder just recording the whole time we were there. And there was a baby crying, like an infant baby crying. We heard a little kid run up to. You heard him run up to the recorder and giggle, and then he ran away. But the most compelling part of that whole thing, yes, hearing the baby crying, yes, hearing the little boy come through. But the whole time that the recorder was recording, there was a clock that was, so on the old clocks, they would have like a pendulum swing, and every time the pendulum swings, it clicks or makes a tone. It makes like a tone, like a click, 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 like a ticking sound, but it's really loud. That was all picked up on the audio also. And so I was like, the funny thing is like when I heard the recording back, I was like, damn it, I wish we would have found that clock. I would have made it stop. And one of the investigators that actually, he's the one that facilitates that place. I played back the EVP recording, and he asked me, wait a minute, which room was that in? And I told him, and he said, yeah, what you caught, the baby crying and everything, is really cool. And the little kid running up to the mic and stuff was cool. And he said, but that clock. And I said, yeah. I said, damn it, I wish that clock, I would have found it and turned off the clock. He said, there's no working clock in that place. It's called the sala, which means living room in Spanish, or the parlor. He said there's no working clock in that parlor. So for you to pick that up, that's freaking amazing. And I said, no, you got to be kidding me. He said, no, meet me there. So we went over there since he facilitates the place. We unlocked it. We walked around and I said, no, it was in this room. And because I played it for him over the phone. Um, and he said, no, bring the recorder. We're going back over there. And he said, so where did you place the recorder? I said, right here. And he said, listen. And we listened. He said, I said, wait a minute, where's the clock? And he said, the only clock here is that one. And he pointed to it. And he said, that clock doesn't work. And I said, no, you got to be kidding me. And I tried to make it go off and it doesn't work. So yeah, that was pretty crazy. Yeah. And it's funny because I mean, I do have the recording. Um, I mean, I could play it for you guys, but I don't know if you'd be able to hear it over the internet. Well, you might be able to, but anyway, maybe I'll do that some other time. Maybe I'll do it on Wednesday show. That's what I'll do. If you guys tune in on Wednesday show, or if you guys want to watch the recordings of Wednesday show, I'll do that because that's more of the show that I'll be sharing stuff like that. Hold on, I'm gonna take off my glasses. They're kind of bugging me. I'm gonna throw a hat on. These headphones sometimes hurt my ears. So hold on one second. All right. Now I got to focus. Just having the glasses on with the headphones on, it presses against my ears and it hurts. Yeah, so I'm doing this show on Wednesdays now also. Well, a different show. Basically, it's to talk about the paranormal, and to talk about ghost boxes. And I have a co-host on that show, and he's an audio engineer. And he tells a lot of history about ghost boxes and things like that. Like I said, I was always a skeptic when it came down to ghost boxes, and he has all these. He has a huge collection of ghost boxes, and I would always make fun of him. And I was like, man, why are you listening to broken radios trying to communicate with spirit? I was like, it's a crock. It's just a crock. It's, whatever. And I would always make fun of him. And now I'm doing it. So anyway, so we kind of laugh about that all the time. All right. So if anybody has any cool stories or anything that they want to talk about, um or anything, just, I'd love to hear it. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, we have fun. We have fun talking about different stories. Or we have fun together. I think we do work well together. He's a little shy, and I'm more outspoken. Um, so I like putting him on the spot, but that's me. I'm just a smart ass and just like to have fun. It starts at 8 p.m. Pacific time. We just started it 2 weeks ago, so this will be our third show coming up. All right, so wow, that's crazy, Cat. Yeah, that's the thing. Like with LED lights, like what you were saying. So yeah, LED lights cannot flash. Just because of the way that the current is. Um, it's either they're on or they're off. Yeah, they will not flicker. Um, I won't embarrass you, Kat. That's a cool story, but I won't embarrass you. All right, so you guys ready to do another session? Yeah, I have LED lights in here. I have two on both sides this way, and then some up above me. And then my work light, the one that I was talking about, is an LED. Um, it's like a fluorescent lighting, but it's like a fluorescent work light, but they're LED bulbs. Man, you guys are all sharing stories. Now I just want to read the stories. Yeah, Kat, I won't embarrass anybody on here. If people want to read the comments, they can, but yeah, I won't embarrass anybody like by throwing something like by throwing something up like this up. So yeah, I won't throw anything like that up there. If somebody types in something that I know would embarrass them, I won't do that. So so like the story of like the footprints. Um so yeah, I have a story like that too. So I was at the Queen Mary um geez, how it was, wow, 3 years ago. Man, time flies. I just posted a picture of me at the Cecil today, and that was taken like I want to say 5 years ago. I might have said it was taken 5 years ago. It's probably been six. But anyway, yeah, just time flies. But anyway, I was at the Queen Mary, and we're in the first class pool area, and we walked around through by the pool, and there was wet footprints. Um, there was like three of us there, and there was wet footprints coming out of the pool. And if you've ever been to the Queen Mary, the pool is empty. There's no, and there were fresh footprints that we just saw because we walked by there, and then on the way back, a friend of mine said, "Oh my God, look!" And he took a picture, and there was wet footprints there, and he was like, "Those weren't there a few minutes ago. Look, here's a picture before." And yeah, the footprints weren't there. And then we just walked by, and then when we're walking back, we're like, wait a minute, where did those footprints come from? He said, yeah, they weren't there before. Look. And he had a picture, and yeah, they weren't there. So yeah, it was kind of pretty interesting. The candles flickering. These can Are you talking about? Yeah, I'm going to switch. You're talking about these candles? Yeah, I'm going to switch. I always switch to that camera view during the ghost box session. And then right next to the little crow, between the crow and the radio, there's a cat ball, and it does light up. And the funny thing is, when it was saying REM pod earlier, um, you know what's funny is I forgot to put the battery in the REM pod. So right now the REM pod is off. See, I was just touching the antenna, and it's not going off. I totally forgot to put the REM pod or put the battery in the REM pod. So maybe that's why Ghost was saying, or Spirit during the last session was saying REM pod, because they're trying to use a REM pod, and I didn't have a battery in it. So, all right, let me put the battery in the REM pod, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Oh, the glass ball next to no. This is an actual crystal ball. It's really heavy. All right, hold on one second. All right. All right, there we go. So you guys were frozen. Is everything okay now? All right, so let's go ahead and get started. All right, I'm glad that you guys are back okay now. All right, Ed, you just came through again. Can you make that? Can you make the REM pod or the kelp bell go off? Anybody's here? Yeah, Ed's a bully. Ed, are you here with us? Who's the one that said that they wanted the REM pod to go off? Yeah, I just heard Rob. Who just said Zach? Who made the little girl scream? Who keeps on screaming? Little girl, if that's you, can you set off the REM pod again? Austin James, are you here? Who just said get out? Who said me? Ed, if that's you, can you set off the REM pod again? Who just said devil? Ed said devil? Yeah? And who's setting off the REM pod? Does anybody want to set it off again or no? Did you set it off on accident? Yes? Who just said REM pod? No. Ed said REM pod? Do you like it when Chrissy asks you to set off the REM pod? I'm just gonna switch cameras real quick. So you see how far I am away from the REM pod? I just wanted to show if it does go off, I'm not setting it off. Who just said needs help? Em, are you here with us? Wyatt, are you here with us? Ed, are you here with us still? Can you set off the REM pod again? Ed, is that you setting it off? Chrissy says thank you for setting off the REM pod. So I just wanted to show you if the REM pod is going off, it's not me setting it off. I'm pretty far away from it. And Pat, are you watching over Dawn? And Pat, you came through last week. Alright, who just said Rob? After I said it'd be me. Hello, Sherry. Alright, who just said help? Who just said night? Is somebody getting ready to get off? Are you going to sit off the REM pod again? Who just said yes? If that was you that said yes, set it off again, please. Somebody just asked the spirit to what's her name? Can somebody say her name, please? Who just said Sherry? Wyatt, are you here with us? So that's a REM pod. So it's a REM pod designed to look like a book. Who just said Susan? Sherry. Sherry said thank you for spirits for saying her name. Who's laughing out there? Mrs. Black? Who was the little girl that said me? Sherry wants to know if her dad is here and what's his name. Who said blue lights? Patsy wants to know if her best friend is here. What's her name? Is Patsy's best friend here? Yeah, I'm asking for a friend. Somebody just said friend. What's a friend's name? Is Ron Leonard here? Any messages for Sherry? Who just said Sherry? Can somebody say the name that's asking the question here? Can you please say your name? Help? Ron, how can we help you? Who are you here to speak with? Kit Kat wants her daddy to say her real name, please. Alright, the little girl's coming through again. Yeah, girl. Patsy wants to know if her best friend or her mother is here. Can somebody say their name, please, or names? Who are you here for? Who said Susan? Susan, who are you here to speak with? Who just said Cheryl? Are there any spirits here that are trying to communicate with Susan? If anybody's here to communicate with Susan, can you please set off the cat ball or the REM pod, please? Can anybody give their name that's they're trying to communicate with Susan, please? Can you please say their name? Yeah, who's the girl? Who's here with us? Who just said I am? Who's the male that said I am? Who just said Ellie? Alright, we're gonna end the session. Susan, who are you here to contact or communicate with? Who's coming through that saying Ellie? Patsy? Patsy, how can we help you? Who just said loser? All right, we're going to end this session now. Yeah, we just had to end it. There was a lot coming through that time. That was kind of crazy that the REM pod was going off on command. And that's what I'm saying. I can't explain why it goes off either. And then it goes off on command. I've had a REM pod sitting in a location where it's pretty active and the REM pod's never gone off. So for it to be going off, during these communications, it's kind of crazy. I don't know if they just have an easier time setting that off. I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah, they like Chrissy. You're the one that started off with this whole REM pod thing. Wow, Patsy, I'm sorry that happened. I'm glad that she came through for you. I know it gets a little frustrating, and I can't predict who's going to come through and what's going to happen during a session. All these sessions are live, and you can't predict on what's going to come through. This is basically what we're doing is scanning through radio frequencies. Now, for names to come through on forward, yet alone reverse to get all these names coming through, it's just mind boggling. And then if you ever, like I said, a friend of mine he's in the entertainment business. He's a professional engineer and he works in the studios. And him and I talk about this all the time. How often do you hear somebody's name coming through when you're listening to a radio? It's very rare. The only time that you're going to hear somebody's name coming through during on the radio is during an interview, and that a lot of times will only come through during an introduction. It doesn't come up often during an interview, somebody's name anyway. It's pretty rare. So just for, like I said, names coming through, that's rare in itself. And for us to be getting a lot of names coming through, it's just crazy. Anyway, so sometimes I get a little quiet because I'm just trying to gather my thoughts. Sometimes just the energy just starts getting a little heavy. Hey, Afterlife, it's no problem. Don't worry that, I like they say, better late than never. And also, you know that you can watch these sessions live or on my YouTube channel anyway. So if anybody wants to get caught up or want to rewatch any sessions or anything, you can go to my YouTube channel. It's called The Power Awakening, and rewatch any of these sessions or any of my other shows. I'm sorry for your loss there, Kit Kat. So, what I would suggest there, is try turning on one of your boxes. I know that, it's funny because I know that you've even worked with, I know that you even worked with a, I forget the name of the radio, um, is it Barafang? Um, the little, scanner radio. I know that you've done some, research using that. But if you have a ghost box, if you want to try an experiment, try turning on one of your ghost boxes during, one of these sessions or during, my live show. I was talking about this earlier. So if you turn on a ghost box, and if you're listening to this, over like computer speakers or a TV, I don't know how you're watching it. Um, if you have computer speakers on, turn on your ghost box, as we're doing the live session and see if you get any responses. Um, I've had other people doing that, and it's been crazy. Now the SB7 is really noisy. Um, and it's funny, my boxes are designed after the SB7. So before the SB7, one of the prototypes of the SB7 didn't have a lot of static. That's all artificially inserted white noise. So the actual SB7, when it was first released, was quiet. There was no static. Because a friend of mine helped develop that. He was one of the he was doing prototypes and things like that. Um, anyway, so he said, no, we need white noise in it. So they put some artificial white noise in that box, and it became super annoying and loud. So now I don't. Yeah, it is. They're just really loud and noisy. I can't listen to one for more than 5 minutes. After that, I just turn it off. Um. Anyway, that's my. Um. No, but I mean, you could turn on the SB7. I mean, if that's what you have and that's what you got to use, I'm just saying my preference. But you can turn on the SB7. Do me a favor, turn it on when we're doing any ghost box that you have. Turn it on. I'm curious to see what type of results you guys get. I'm just I'm just very there's certain things that I don't like. That's all. I mean, everybody has their own preference. No, I know. I know. I mean, I know how to detune a radio, so you can take out the antenna, things like that. Um, All right, Helen, you have a good night. No, I mean it's whatever your preference is. Like I said, I build boxes that don't have any static at all, and that's what you're listening to. Um, I even have a mode in my box where I can turn it all the way to where it's only going to pick up responses. You won't hear. Sometimes you get a word every 5 minutes. Sometimes it's every 30 seconds. Sometimes it's every 5 seconds. It all depends. It's weird on how that works, but it does work. But like I said, right now, what I'm doing is what I do is I just have my box scanning at 160 milliseconds, and then it's going into um, a reverse audio. It converts the speech from forward speech to reverse speech. Um, that's what I'm using. Eventually, I might show everybody how they can do that. I will give them a link on where they can buy this board. Right now, I'm just playing around with it, but if I right now it's working really good, so I don't like to recommend anything that I wouldn't use. So, um, anyway, no, the REM pod does have lights, but I mean it might be hard to hear because of the radio. Because I'm doing the radio going over. It's probably drowning out the sound from the REM pod. I can hear the REM pod because I'm in the same room, but when it goes over the internet, because I even noticed that when when I listen to the playback, I can't hear the REM pod. I can hear my voice, but I can't hear the REM pod. All I hear is the radio, and I see the lights flickering, but I don't hear it because it's being drowned out by the sound of the audio going over the broadcast. If you want to see my ghost boxes that I build, share this right now. Here, hold on one second. Can't even type. You go to my website, you'll see them. Okay. Anyway, the here's the problem with this. With doing something like that. Um, Having a REM pod and the radio built in the same box, the radio frequency is gonna they're gonna be too close together, and it could make the REM pod malfunction. Um, that's kind of why I have the REM pod and the radio kind of separated. Um, far away from each other, or far enough away from each other where they don't. And then plus the book itself is acting as a shield from anything else. So seems to work. I tried to put them in the same case, and yeah, there was a lot of interference, and it was interfering with the radio broadcast. When you try to put too much electronics into a ghost box, it creates a lot of interference, and it hinders the performance also. That's why the reverse speech, I have it on the external little box, which just has the power line in, line out, and that's it. And then it runs from, it goes out from the radio into the box, out from the box, out to the speakers. All right. So I guess we'll start up another one. I might have to put my glasses on, take my hat off. This is bugging me. I'm teasing. What's expensive? Which one? All right, so let's go ahead and start up another box session. All right, Chrissy, you have a good night also. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Dawn wants her dad to say her name, please. Is anybody out there speaking Spanish? Ed? Eva, who are you here to speak with? Who just said Matt? Matt, who are you here to speak with? Have a good night, Corey. Or have a good day, Corey. Cheryl, who are you here to speak with? Eric? I just heard Iraq. What's going on in Iraq right now? Who's visiting there? Melanie's not here with us tonight. Who died in Iraq? Who just said here with you? Ed, how can we help you? Whoever touched the REM pod for Susan, can you do it again, or please, or the cat ball? Chris, who are you here to speak with? Mel? Mel's not here tonight. Yep, I'm Rob. Who's sitting after the REM pod? Who said nervous? Why are you nervous? Whose husband is here to communicate with her? Who's trying to set up? Who wants to set off the REM pod? Who's here with us? Emma? Emma, are you here? I just heard Emma again. Girl. Who's in Iraq? Emma, are you here with us? Emma, is that you coming through, Emma? Is that you on the REM pod? Yeah, I just heard Ed. Ed and Emma, are you here? Was there a death in Iraq? Why do you keep on saying Iraq? Yeah, Emma's a child. Are you here to help Emma communicate? Who just said yes, Emma? Yep, I just heard Ed. Who just took a really deep breath? Yeah, say it. Can you please say it? Yeah, who needs help? Eric? All right, I'm going to end the session. You see what I mean? I mean, there's quite a few names coming through, and that's kind of crazy. I don't know why it keeps on saying Iraq. So Afterlife. So you're getting a lot of the same responses coming through your box also? All right, Heidi, go get some rest. God, my throat's like a little dry and yeah, and see those two here anyway, they're tied together. So so basically what he's doing is he's running a ghost box also at the same time. And he's getting the same names coming through. So Emma and Ed are, like I said, they're tied together. Sorry, I had to turn on my heater. It's getting a little chilly in here. So he's getting the same spirits coming through also. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hold on, I grabbed the wrong one. Patsy, that's exactly what I was thinking. Because sometimes things can be there could be premonitions coming through. So yeah, that's why that's what exactly what I was thinking. You see how the REM pod's kind of, I don't know if you can hear it. I just kind of ignore it because I'm not trying to interact with it right now, so I just kind of ignore whatever's happening. No, exactly. And that's what I talk about a lot. I have a lot of premonitions and I do remote viewing and astro travel. And basically they come through. I get, so when I have like lucid dreams, um, it's usually a sign of something that's going to happen. And sometimes I do have them of things that have happened in the past. That I wasn't there for those type of deals, or I've seen things that have happened in the past, of when with family members before I was even born. So it's kind of weird. But then I do have premonitions of things that haven't happened yet. So it's usually nothing bad. Knock on wood. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, and I don't say I'm like psychic or anything. That's not something that I do. Sorry, just reading some responses here. It's funny that somebody replied to me and um because I built the circuit for Tony Rathman that he uses in one of his boxes. He uses the same radio that I'm using, and so no, that it's not true because. And I've been talking to. This is why we have a show about the history of ITC. Um, there's it's been proven that you don't need white noise to communicate with spirit. If the spirit box or the REM pod was going off because of radio being close to it, the box is running and the REM pod isn't going off at all. So my radio is constantly running. It's running as we speak. I just cut off the feed to the broadcast. And there's other ways to use ITC communication. You don't just need radio frequencies. And I've proven this before that you can use radio, or you can use audio feed at 963 hertz to get spirit communication. Just with that and white noise, you don't need radio frequencies at all. All right. So I don't know if you guys have any other. Like I said, I'm just taking a little break. All right, you guys ready to do another session? All right, so let me go ahead and start it up. How many spirits are here with us right now? Patsy, what are you talking about? Need to... Mitch, who are you trying to contact? All right, who's saying Bob? Eric? Lynn, what animal am I making for you? Who just said Lynn? You just said Ed? Ed, are you there with Emma? Where's Emma? All right, Sonny, good night. All right, somebody just said killed. Who killed you? How did you die? Eric? Barbara Miller, are you here with us tonight? Are you going to tell us what happened to your body? Next. Angela, are you around? Regina? Patsy, are you still here with us? All right, we're going to end the session. All right, who's the little girl that's trying to come through? Who just said me? All right, Emma, are you coming through again? Kate, who are you here to speak with? That's pretty awesome. Em, are you here with us still? Emma, if you're still here, sit off the REM pod. Was that you that set it off, Emma? I just heard you say yes. I just heard Emma again. Emma, is Ed here with you? Do you need our help? Alright, I just heard Matt too. Who said get out and help? Ed? Yes, I heard help. Who's a German male coming through? Who just said Vincent? You did? All right, we're going to end the session. What was that? All right, anyway. God, my throat's just like really sore. So did you get any good any interesting results with that? I know I didn't talk much during that, but just my throat's I think it's getting a little fatigued. Um it's possible just with everything that has happened coming through. Um I know that Ed is tied to her. Well, they always come through together, and I know that he keeps her from communicating. Yeah, I know. I might need another rock star. Just my throat's really dry. Um, all right, I'm going to take a quick break. Yeah, it's pretty interesting on how it's coming through. She comes through pretty strong when she does make her presence known. Like last week, she was playing. Was it last week when she was playing with the squeaky toy? The week before. Um. Anyway, no, it's just kind of funny how somebody was saying how the radio is probably setting off the REM pod, and as you see, the REM pod doesn't go off that often, um, or else it'd be going off all the time, and it's only going off at certain points. So you would think that it would go off all the time if it was being interfered with radio frequency, and that's kind of why I put them side by side or that far apart to see if that would happen, but it hasn't. So that's already been determined that it's not that. So all right, I'm gonna take a quick break and I will be right back. Do you want me to just leave the mic open or do you want me to just put it on I'll be back type of screen? It's up to you guys. All right, I'll just leave it on. I'll be right back. I'll leave it on that screen. All right, guys, I'm back. Yep. Sorry, I had to pop the rock star. So I'm just trying to trying to rest my rest my throat a little bit. It was just getting a little dry. See, that's kind of crazy how your box is coming up with Ed. Um, so I'm just reading some stuff here. No, that's cool that you're recording. I know it's going off a little bit. Um, I'm just ignoring it. Um, See, I mean, like when I'm recording, I don't even record anything local. Just because a mic picks up stuff. So I'm just hearing what sounds like footsteps. I could have swore I saw a shadow. Hold on a second. Anyway, now the REM pod is like going off a little bit. All right. So, no, that was weird. I don't know if you guys heard it also, but that was definitely weird. That happens here a lot. All right, we're going to start up another session. Let's see if we can see what happens here if we start up another box session with hold on. Just bear with me for a second. I'm asking somebody for their name. I just don't like I like calling people out by their names. All right, Sam. So Sam has his ghost box running alongside with mine, and his just said F off. So I want to see if we can get anything our boxes to kind of correlate with each other. So let's go ahead and start up another session and let's see what happens here. I just heard Eric again. Eric's not here with us tonight. Yeah, my name's Rob. Who's calling my name? And who is asking for Eric again? Who just said me? Michelle, who are you trying to communicate with? Who's the little kid that's trying to come through? Who's the people? What people are you referring to? Us? Are there any spirits here to speak with, Charlene? Alright, Eric just came through again. Tommy, are you here? Peter, can you please help spirits just come through one at a time, please? Slow it down. Wayne, that's what the that's what the subtitles on Facebook does. So, Em, are you coming through again? Ears? Ed? Hey, Josh, are you around? Charlene? Raina, a woman called for you. Holy shit, the cat ball's going off. Who just set off the cat ball? Who just touched the cat ball? Daryl? So you see, I had to touch it, so I just wanted to make sure that it went off, or something did have to touch it for that to go off. That's why I just touched it again. So Sam's box said cat ball when the cat ball went off. Daryl, is that you that set off the cat ball? Yeah? Daryl, are you here to communicate with Don? Can you set off the cat ball again? You just said me. Are you here to talk with Don? So who said I touched the ball? Daryl, did you say I touched the ball? Who said it was Ed? All right, who just said ball? Marcy wants her dad to touch the ball if he's here with us. All right, Daryl came through again. Who keeps on saying Daryl? Daryl, who are you trying to contact? Who just said hurry? Heard a little girl say hurry. Yeah, the little girl said I did. Who said me? All right, I'm going to end the session. All right, guys. Wow, that was kind of a trip. Because I just put that ball out here tonight, so I didn't know if the ball will, when it turns off, if it lights up. That's why I touched it again to make sure. And hold on, what's that? See, and you do have to touch it for it to go off, and it's still on. So I just figured it might have turned off and it lit up. But that's why I touched it again just to make sure, and it went off again. So no, that was a trip. I've never used any of these cat balls before. We were talking about them on this show because I know other people have used them. So I just ordered some to just try it out. No, and it's pretty interesting how it went off. Speaking of which, one of them I ordered, so they came in a 2-pack. One of them was bad, so I'm gonna have to reorder another one and send back the bad one. So no, but I thought that was cool too. They're really small. Then they have a little on and off button here. I just went ahead and, well, I'll turn it back on. Yes, I have the same issue here. Charlene. So, I have there's four spirits here. Uh, so the original homeowner, she passed away in the house. Um, and then my landlord's husband passed away here, and he smokes. He would smoke cigars, pipes, and cigarettes. So he smoked a little bit of everything. So when he's around, I'll hear like boots, and I'll smell cigarette smoke or some type of tobacco smoke. Hey, Linda, welcome. But that's the same. So like if you ever like if somebody wore like a certain perfume and you would smell that perfume smell around, um, and then all of a sudden it's gone. It's the same type of deal. You get those what they call phantom smells. The ball is on my left. Yes. So yeah, this is my left hand. So yeah, it's just to let you know because sometimes a camera is reversed, but no, this is my left. So in the software, I mean, certain software you can flip it. So like I know on Zoom it's reversed, but on some other software, even in Zoom, you can actually flip it to where it's the correct side. Um, so for those of you, I do video production and things like that for a living. So that's why I know. So if anybody wants to know how to do that, so if you want the picture to come out like it should be, yeah, there's a way to flip it. It'll just I think it just says reverse the image. Some of them say yeah, some of them say reverse, some of them say mirror. Just a little heads up. So here we go again with the cat balls. The cat balls I bought on Amazon. Um, there you go. Somebody just post them up. They're called LED cat balls. Speaking of which, I'm going on there right now. They have different ones. Yeah, there's different types. Let's see. So anyway, yeah, I just looked and they still have them on online. So I just ordered another one while I was jumped over there real quick. Then I'll send back this bad one. Hold on one second. So here's the packaging for them. Yep, I got a blue ball just like your sister did, Don. So I'm going to end the show in about 15 minutes. So I'll just start winding down now. I know I'm cutting it a little short, but I'm trying to keep it. Damn it. Well, I guess I could do one more session. We'll do one more session. We'll go to 4 o'clock or. Oh my God, look at Eric's here, and Eric finally showed up after they called his name. How many times during that last session? It was a while back. It was probably. No, I'm okay there, Patsy. Thank you. Plus, I'm gonna have another rock star. I didn't barely started drinking it. Just sometimes on Sundays, I'm just dead. So we'll do another session here. Thank you, Teresa, for posting the link. Oh, today I got a lot of sleep though. I slept quite a bit today. I took a long nap. Actually, a couple of them. It's just been a long week. All right, let's go ahead and start up another session. All right, so let's go ahead and switch cameras and get started. Oh my God, I'm starting to get like freaking amped. I'm starting to get a second wind. All right, I think this second rock star is kicking in because I'm getting amped. All right, let's get started. All right, so who's here to communicate with us? Who just said night? Is somebody going to bed? Is somebody here, go ahead and set off the cat ball again, please. Yeah, who just said ball? Someone just said ball again. Come on, set off the ball. No, you don't want to set off the ball? Does somebody want to go after Eric? Ed does? Who just said help? Who just said kill? Was that geared towards Eric? If that's geared towards Eric, set off the REM pod again, please. Who's saying that? Are you gonna go after Eric? Ed, why do you keep on coming through? Who just said help? Can you set off the cat ball? Barb, are you here with us? Come on, Barb, are you here? Who said don't like this? Somebody said I don't like this, and then she said Barb. Barb, are you here with us?
Sure.
Who just said us? Barb, can you tell us where your body is? Yeah, who said mimic? Is somebody going to start mimicking again? Who keeps on saying mimic? All right, who's the little girl trying to come through? Who just said me? All right, little girl, what's your name? Emma, is that you? Emma? Okay, you just said Emma and then me. All right, I just heard Eric again. And Emma. There's a squeaky ball. We were just talking about that. Can you play with the squeaky ball again? Emma, can you play with the ball again if you're still here with us? All right, we're gonna end this session. Was that your duck toy for bath time? All right, we're gonna end this session. All right, that was kind of cool. Because that happened before. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I don't remember now. That we heard that the same squeaky toy coming through. But it happened a few times. This time it was only that once, but that was pretty cool. And she did say Emma, and I said, "Who's Emma?" And she said me. So that was really cool. And like I said, Emma comes through quite a bit. And it's usually about this time. So she made her presence known like almost right on cue. And sometimes, Charlene, yeah, a lot of spirits do come through all at once. Now there's spirit texts that do come through quite a bit. I've been fortunate enough to where I have a lot of ITC tech or a lot of texts coming through to help me out during these sessions. So yeah, I'm pretty lucky to have that. And then tonight when Eva came through, Eva's one of the ITC techs that will come through quite a bit to help out. And when I asked her to kind of let spirits only communicate one at a time, she slowed the session down, which was really cool. So no, so Charlene, so this over here on the left, let me show you this really quick. So that's actually a REM pod. So that will go off sometimes on cue. Sometimes people will ask it to set it off and they'll start going off on cue. Like I said, I mean, if it was set off by the radio, it would constantly be going off. Yes, like right now it's kind of going off a little bit, but it could be somebody trying to set it off. But as you see, like during the sessions, it doesn't go off that. It seems like it only goes off on cue. And it was funny because before I started tonight, I forgot to put batteries in the battery in the REM pod. I usually have it charged because I use a rechargeable battery. But Spirit were telling me they kept on saying REM pod. I guess they wanted to set it off, but they couldn't because I didn't have the battery in it. So that was pretty interesting. The other side, this one here, is this what you're talking about? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about then. All right, that was weird. I took out the battery, so there's no batteries connected to the REM pod, and the lights started going off. That was weird. That was weird. Anyway, I don't know if you guys saw that. Did anybody else see that? Really, you got to laugh on your REM pod or on your ghost box when I said that? So Sam has a ghost box running right now, and so like I asked people to turn on a ghost box if they had one, to see if we would get any responses. Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah, and he got to laugh when I mentioned that I didn't have the battery in the REM pod. Oh no, I'm good. Thank you. And you have a good night too, Angel. So anyway, so people have been asking me how I'm going over 4 hours on Facebook. I have no clue. I'm at 4 hours 5 minutes. So how I'm going that long and it's still broadcasting over on Facebook, I don't know, because I know that there's a 4 hour cap. But I've gone 5 hours before and hasn't gotten cut off. So, but anyway, so I'm gonna get off of here, and if you guys want, tune into Wednesday night show. It's a totally different type of show. We do talk about ITC, we talk about the history of ITC, and we talk about the paranormal. Anyway, well, you guys have a good night, and thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys either Wednesday or next week. All right. Thanks for watching, and have a good week.